And there we go, that microphone is on. Welcome everyone, happy Saturday, October the 28th of 2023. You're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and welcome on board. And yeah, happy Saturday everyone. Wow. Lots of things going on, but I don't know if they're going to be what we like. Anyway, let's get at things. We'll start out by saying hello to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, who's back at home, and she's in the chat. Welcome, Piggy. Good to see you. And snout bopping already. Just take it easy, Piggy. That's what we got to do. And of course we've got Sue in here as well. Sue Hayes, thank you for being here and for all those wonderful reports all the time, as well as who else we got? Maybe CND Boy, as well as Yvonne Kunkel. Yvonne's getting some rest right now apparently. And who else? Siggy, of course, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and on occasion that wonderful Mona Lisa Smiles as well, and others. So welcome moderators, glad to have you guys all on board. So thanks for being here, and a big welcome to all of you that are here, whether you're a green member or just a regular person. You're still part of our wonderful Lava family, so hang in there and keep smiling, and we're going to say hi to all of you. And let's see, it looks like we got about 27 in the chat right now, only 18 likes. Maybe they're not liking what I'm going to say. Anyway, we'll say hello to everyone. We'll start out with Nancy Buchanan, then Sasha, then John Raper, and Dan is in the house, Mars 2028, and Hermione, and Fluffy, and who else we got? Alba Girl, welcome back. Sleepy Dormouse, welcome. Squeak or something. I have no idea what you guys talk about there, or the language. It's a language barrier there, Sleepy Dormouse. I'm sorry. Let's see, who else we got? King Colin is here as well. Mars 2028, of course, we got. And oh, Mummy of Hamsters with her busy shop today. Hope, hey, are you giving away a free Halloween candy? Maybe that's why they're all coming there. I'm just curious. Let's see, who else we got? Adele51 in the house, Henry Nelson also on board, and lots of names in here. I gotta scroll past to see who else we might have in here. Let's see, Linda Schoof, welcome Linda. Firing up the chainsaw. I'll catch you all later. Yikes. The chainsaw, huh? I gotta stay away from that one. Okay, so we got Linda, we got everyone else so far. I'm just still scrolling up here trying to spot others like Going South. Welcome, good to have you on board. And Kevin Williams also here. And let's see, did I miss anyone else? Like Tom and Pepper maybe, and Gaines is here, Dan is here, yep. Let's see, and I'm all the way to the top. And of course, first one in today was Tom, or was that Pepper? Either or, they got cookies and no bones today, so all cool. And happy Halloween. I guess that is sort of correct there. Oh, Mummy of Hamsters, all cool. And yeah, it's kind of a, as far as the volcano world, kind of a so-so day. So let's get at looking at things right away here. I'll get rid of the stuff on the screen, and we'll park that canned lava for now. First place we'll pop over to is Kilauea. See if that is erupting yet, and maybe, nah, doesn't look like it. Looking into the southwest corner here of Helemaumau, there's the southwest wall vent and the lava lake there that kind of dropped. The old west vent was approximately there, so that's what we're thinking that steamer is. Anyway, this will pan over in a minute. I'm not sure what that is about back there. That looks a little odd, that steam slash smoke. I don't know. Yeah. Doesn't look like the other clouds. So I'm wondering, is there something going on back there? And that is right back where the earthquake swarm was located. I'm wondering, Sasha, I'm wondering, or is it just a play in the way the light is hitting the clouds? But that could very well be an eruption. Who knows? I missed some bad weather. Oh, good. Glad you missed the bad weather. Anyway, looking around the edges of Hilamaumu, still quite a bit of steam. And we're also seeing the central area here where Pig Island is and that lava pond. Still seeing a lot of steam or smoke coming off of that. Not so much in the back, but we do still have some there. And I'll kind of leave that shot be. Going to make that smaller. We'll go over to the still cams. This one, first one here, is going to be the south side of Hilamaumu, looking at the, I guess I would call it Pig Island and the central vent area. There you can see that steamer over on the old edge of Hilamaumu that got flooded out. And of course the lava pond right in there, the west one, and the west vent area. And really nothing too crazy going on. Still see that steam coming out of the wall in that whole area there. So pretty normal looking for what we've got. Let's go to the next one. This is from the B1 camera. And that is way on the other side or eastern end, kind of southeastish end of the crater here. So we can see that steam on the wall still coming out of there. Don't see anything up top today, so that may have cooled off a little bit. Still that primary steam vent. You know, it was always going when the level was much lower in there, but seeing it filled up right to the brim is kind of neat. So anyway, yep, central area, nothing really new, and a nice view of Mauna Loa in the background. So awesome. We'll leave that one be. Pop over to our next spot. What? I went to Tenerife in 2021. I want to go there too. Anyway, this is the updated thermal image, and of course we don't see anything new there that's really hot. Only the pre-existing areas there and there. This would be the old west vent area. And then, of course, looking down at this, still seeing a little bit of heat underneath there, but nothing new or spectacular. We're going to put it back on this one. Actually, we're going to leave it there. And we'll get over to our next one. Hey, what happened? Something broke. That is supposed to be my... yeah, that's odd. Something changed during the night. I hate that. Okay, we're going to fix this. Let me see if we can get that fixed up here in a second. Going to add a new source and try this. It's funny when a software does things like that to you, when you're expecting to hit the button and what you were looking for is not there. Always fun. All right, let's get this into a place, and we might as well start here since that's the one I started off with. I got to get rid of the other one so that doesn't pop over there again. All right, let's go. Getting there. Thank you. Okay. Piggy. Well, I'm sending Piggy a box, and I'm going to send it out tomorrow. So I got the last few things I wanted to get for you, Piggy. So I'm gonna be sending that box tomorrow. I'll make sure I get your address and confirm that later with you. So we're gonna do that, and you're gonna like it. I guarantee it. Anyway, let's get at this. So, looking at what we've got here. First off, we'll put it back on live and then work our way backwards. As you can see, quite well moonlit night there, and you can certainly see the steam coming off of the different areas. This, of course, the steam geyser there. You can see our wonderful blue lagoon all lit up in the background with the power plant there, and you can see the towers blinking through the steam, and the lights of Grindavik over there, and of course the geothermal power plant there, and all the extra steam that they don't need being let off into the air. And then of course that glow in the distance, that is Reykjavik, the capital city, so all cool. Now if we go back that up, we can see what it's like there during the day. We don't see anything sprouting up anywhere. You know, and I kept on looking over here in these areas trying to see, is there geysers or vents coming out, and all I can see is just this stuff floating across there. So looking for extra steam vents or anything, and maybe even, well, this is kind of over there where you want to see it, or anywhere along here, because the uplift is in that area. Okay, so if we go leave this shot be, and we go to our Thorbjorn shot. We've got commercials, so we'll have to wait for them. Thank you. All right, and there's that moon again with the little moon. We got two moons again. Pretty awesome. But let's back that up a bunch, and there, it wasn't actually a bad day. Your Aurora video last night was great. Oh, thanks, Mars 2028. Leila, welcome. Anyway, on this shot, this is from Thorbjorn. This is the area just on the edge of where the uplift is happening. And we'll get to that in a minute. I just want to go through the other views here real quick. And this is the one that we kind of, the uplift is actually behind the camera on the back side, or the west side. So that's where the uplift is happening. You can see Ragnar in the background. You can see Storyhuter, and this area, of course, in the foreground there is not creaky over here. So that's what we got. Anyway, let's go to the other views real quick, just to see what things are like. This one was from earlier there in the capital city. Putting this back on live gets us to this view for a nighttime. So they did have a fairly pleasant day and a fairly pleasant evening or night, and it's what is it, 2017 there right now. So that's like 8:17 in the evening. Pretty nice. Let's go to the next view. This is of Katla, and well, you can almost make it out. We have a little bit of moonlight, but if we go back, there was cloud over top of it when I was looking, so that may be the same scenario now. Yeah, there was. And earlier as well, we did see a little bit of the snowfields there, but not a heck of a lot. I'm surprised there wasn't more snow or bad weather coming through, but hey, that's what it is. Oh, it put it all the way back for me, and yeah, we had seen about the same level of clouds all day long. And let's put it back on live. We're gonna just pop over to the other side. I don't think we're gonna see anything from that one either, and try to get it right in the middle here. And yeah, that's about the same level as what we were seeing from the other one. So no view of Katla today, just the edges of the snowfields, and that's all. And of course we already looked at this one, and we'll put that one back on live. So yeah, like I said, that area out there is the area that's uplifting, and unfortunately We don't see it as well as we could. Why is that not moving forward? There we go. And it would be right in this region now that the steam has gone the other way. But that's kind of what we're, well, if I get it back a little more, we can see it better. There's that moon thing again. Anyway, it would be right in there, just right at the Blue Lagoon. So I wanted to pop over to that report real quick. I want to line it up here and make sure I got the right one. And because there were several different ones. We had the one from yesterday showing that the magma accumulation was under Erupción, and then the triggered quakes were in the different areas. So yeah, actually we'll kind of go through all of this. Let's talk about this one first. And Reykjanes volcano update. Okay, it says quakes slowed down a bit, and this, of course, being the chart showing where the depth level was. Everything, majority of what we're seeing is at the 5 kilometer mark. We did have a couple places where it appeared and we had a little a kind of intrusion, but that was kind of a couple days back, and since then it's kind of slowed down. So what's going on? Anyway, that's what they're saying. So over the past 24 hours, the seismic swarm has been decreasing in intensity. It might be a sign that the possible magma intrusion is weakening and the likelihood of a new eruption decreases, at least for now. So that is something they're saying. It's not my words, it's their words. So they're talking about less of a chance to be able to see what's going on. Now the next one here, this is the map, the uplift map, and I think this is pretty interesting. And of course, unfortunately, we can't make this any bigger right now, but that area, you can see the mountain there, that's Thorbjorn right there, okay? And the Blue Lagoon, of course, is right along the edge of this road. That's the Blue Lagoon, and the power plant right in there. And then you can see the area of uplift. So just to the west of Thorbjorn, or slightly to the northwest, if you will. And that is where that is, and that includes a little bit of the Blue Lagoon itself. So that is where the current uplift is happening, and they're showing it to be fairly intense there. So I don't know what they say of a line of sight or LOS deformation detected of the area between October 26th and 28th. So that's what they're saying, and again, not us. Where is my 6 gone? Your 6? You don't have a 6. Somebody stole it. It's not on your keyboard, John. Anyway, they don't have anything else there. Some nice trees that are not in Iceland, but anyway, the latest GPS and INSAR statistics detected an area around what is it, Svartsengi, inflated. The uplift commenced sometime on October the 27th, indicating a propagation of magma through intrusions. Okay, so something obviously underneath there. The center of the bulge around the surface was located at about 1.5 kilometers to the northwest of Thorbjorn, and close to the popular Blue Lagoon, of course. In 2020 and 2022, uplift and detections were monitored in the same area with comparable geometry. This uplift is 5th inflation in a row in this area over the past 3 years. Furthermore, a significant rock fracturing has took place in the Svartsengi area recently due to the increased ongoing seismic energy. This might create potential pathways for magma, allowing it to rise further to shallower depths. Okay, it is okay at the moment. It is no likelihood of a magma movement towards the shallower levels. However, the activity may escalate rapidly, and imminent eruption is likely to come, according to them. Okay, the Reykjanes Peninsula has been facing a swarm of nearly 7,000 earthquakes since October 25th, located north of Grindavik. Nonetheless, the earthquakes have waned, but the swarms continue. So, yeah, that's what we got going on. So that is kind of a neat viewpoint, and what happened. What happened to the magma that was at the 10-kilometer depth here, and that was from the other article. That is this one. And there's that 10-kilometer depth, and what we had from, and that was on since the 20th. So has something changed? And nobody's telling us. So when we look at the two maps, definitely moved over quite a bit, didn't it? If it is a magma underneath there, mind you, they weren't showing uplift on the other one here. This isn't uplift. This is the area that they assume the magma has intruded to at the 10-kilometer depth. So that's kind of what we got going on. Anyway, going back to this one. So yeah, slightly northwest of Thorbjorn, and it'd be pretty much straight west of the Blue Lagoon, and a little bit southwest in that area. So if we do get to see something there, it will be interesting. And as they said, we've had this multiple times already. This is the 5th time that area is going up and down, and just in the last since 2020. So it's a busy area. Anyway, let's leave that be. The other update was that we wanted to go over there and just talk about Mount Etna. Last night, I don't know if some of you may have stuck around. I did show Mount Etna a little bit last night, but mild strombolian eruption at Etna's southeast crater on the 27th of October, and that is, of course, a beautiful shot that they got. Unfortunately, when we were watching it, we only seen a few little pops, but it was there. So the volcano has been relatively calm at least at the surface during the past week. However, the clear signs that Etna is not in a deep slumber and may wake up with more vigorous phases of eruption at any time. The most telling is the form of occasional mild strombolian explosions from the southeast crater, such as observed last night, indicating that the magma inside the conduits remains high. So a lot of other hoopla about it, but yeah, it's definitely there. We're gonna keep an eye on that, and we like Mount Etna, especially since Yvonne Kunkel likes it a whole bunch. Anyway, all good. All right, so let's leave that one be. And are we just about at break time? No, let's go over to the harmonic tremor charts real quick and see what we got. I'm going to refresh this, and of course, having read that stuff, it looks like we're on a ride waiting for things to happen as far as what we get to look at. So the intense activity that we've seen a couple of days back has waned. It has really reduced in intensity, and we can see that. So our magmatic down slightly, and seismicity has gone and dipped a little bit and tried to rebound, but also heading back down. And of course, our tectonic was a lot lower than what it was yesterday, and it was going further down all the time here until about midday. Then we see a slight recovery and a drop again. So not sure what we're going to see in the future here. It's one of those things. I have to wait and see. Anyway, let's pop over to our next chart. That would be looking at the Krusevik one. And where is it? It's here somewhere. I know it is. There it is. Krusevik. So yeah, same kind of a magmatic decline, and a seismicity about the same as well. And of course, the ODF sensor is to the northwest of Krusevik, so they're fairly close together. So the similarities in activity are very noticeable here. Also looking at seismicity, a little bit more of a distinct pattern, since we're not seeing as many quakes in that area, but that's what we got going on right there. Let's go to the next one, which is the HRV one, and that is right on the, well, it's on the left side, no, right side, depending on how you're looking at it. It's on the east side, right in between the Krusevik system and the Fragile Felt system. And as we can see, it too had a decline in magmatic activity as well as seismicity, which is that green color back there. And still quite a bit of activity there, as far as pretty heavy as far as our tectonic movement, so something still crunching in there. And Mars is back, and hi to Philomena, welcome. And somebody is calling out something. Okay, I'll go real quick. We'll get the next ones done really fast, and then I'll go on a break. Grindavik, there we go. Yep, a steady decline in seismicity there, or sorry, in a magmatic work there, and then a seismicity did a little dip and it kind of leveled out. And as far as our tectonic movement, it too is waning somewhat, as we can see from a couple of days back to now. Big difference. Looking at the northernmost point there in Iceland, that is our wonderful Grimsey. Looks like the magmatic declined just a bit. Same thing with a seismicity, and steady as she goes with our plate movement or tectonic action there. So that is pretty much it for there. Quick look at Katla, and the Katla one is Austmannsbunga is the closest sensor there, and the slow and steady decline as far as magmatic, pretty much steady across the board as far as seismicity, and a slight dip and a recovery there for a tectonic movement. Nothing really wonderful happening there. And looking at what we see at Askja, straight across, pretty much nothing different for magmatic seismicity, a little bit rougher than most of the other ones. And then looking at the tectonic, still pretty much the same level, with a few occasional spikes indicating some earthquakes. Anyway, it is time for me to go for a break, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a little bit late before the big bad Poppet gets me. Hang on, I'm not trying to read that. Doctor Who, the Break 2000, Doctor 2000, Who TARDIS? Who TARDIS? I forgot the TARDIS. Alright, I'll go for a break. I'll do it. Leaves a fridge door open in Dr. Frank's flat, so it beeps. I hear beeping noises. And I'm glad you didn't go into the fridge, because all that good stuff from the deli is in there. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Hit the like button if you haven't hit it yet. And keep smiling. I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back. we go. The microphone is on. And yeah, Piggy, you go ahead and try one. They're not really hot peppers. They're cherry tomatoes. They just look funny. Go ahead. Go ahead. Try one. No, hang on. Don't do that. Those are hot peppers. Thank you for the welcome backs from our wonderful Mars 2028 and John and Sue and Jason is back. And thanks, Layla, and welcome. And Albert Girl and oh, Mummy of Hamster saying welcome back, Uncle Doc. Nice to snack on Piggy. Darn it. You know, I shouldn't have said anything. I should have kept my mouth shut. I didn't realize that Piggy was going to go raid my fridge. I guess that hospital food wasn't as good as it was. Anyway, thanks Henry and King Colin. And I take Kai Pan. The cayenne pepper every day. Yep, that's like good for you. Anyway, let's carry on with what we were doing. We were having a look at what's going on there in Iceland. And of course, I'm kind of wondering, is this going to be just a teaser, or are we going to see an eruption? And we've been down this road before. And that is something that we'll have to kind of consider. Anyway, let's leave the canned lava be, and we'll get over to the earthquakes. Hopefully they are intact. Oh, and that is my last report there of Stromboli. Let's, not Stromboli, I mean Mount Etna. Let's get over to the earthquakes. There we go. And big decrease in earthquake activity, 263 in the last 24 hours. That's less than half of what we had yesterday when we were looking at it. So there you can see, and the biggest activity is down here on the Reykjanes Ridge, out quite some distance, and that's a 3.6, 5.2 kilometers down, and that happened at 15:06 today. The other one beside it, 2.6, 5.2 clicks down at 3:57 a.m. And then another 2.7, 5.2 clicks down from 16:13, and a 2.8 from 12:17, 5.2 clicks down, and a 1.5 there, 5.2 clicks down from 10:10. Now that gets those bigger ones further away out of the way, and let's have a look here. And just kind of see, we're not going to go through every quake, it's just too numerous. So let's take a look at what is happening there as far as our intensity. Fragrantveld, of course, is in this outline here, and that is what we're looking at in that spot. So this other one over here, I'm not sure what they're actually calling it, if that's actually the Reykjanes volcano, but that is that area. Anyway, this is the suspect area, and that has lifted up a little bit as what we've seen in the map. So this area here is the one where the uplift is, which is more so beside the area where the mass quakes are. So this is just on the edge of it, and as you can see, what we've seen in the other map, it's right in here that the red area was basically butting up right onto a Thorbjorn, and just on the edge here. So yeah, that uplift right in that spot. I don't know what we're going to see, if these are just result of fracturing, but remember we had those larger quakes in there, what I refer to as rock busters, and that was happening. So what they were saying about the fractured rock underneath there, making it easier for magma to intrude, it's definitely there, but you never know. Sorry folks, house 18 hours awake has caught up to me. Good night, Piggy. You get some rest, okay, please. And that is something that you need. So take care, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. And rest well, and get a good night's sleep, okay? Now, home is where your heart is, so do it. And good night. Hunts loves hugs and loves to all. So good night, Piggy, hugs. And anyway, getting back to what we see here, it is quite fascinating that we've got that magma intruding. And again, you know, what they were talking about, the magma underneath the Fragile field, you know, just a few days ago. So has the magma shifted? Has it done something? And we don't know exactly where that magma has gone to, but the fact that we are getting bulging in this area and uplift, and from what I understand, it's somewhere around 4 centimeters or something like that. Again, I don't have an accurate measurement, so I don't know, but if that was the case, you know, will it subside? It has done this before to us, so that's something to consider. Anyway, a little further out towards Krisavik, we did have a larger quake there as well, a 2.93, 5.3 kilometers down, 537 for him, and then he had a few friends here, a 2.6 clicks down, 737 this morning, 1.13, 3.2 clicks down at 814. 0.82, 4.4 clicks down, 1322, and from 605, a 0.8, 5.2 kilometers down, and a couple of stacked fives here, I think, at least one of the fives, 4.4 clicks down from 554, and I don't know if we can get any closer. No, we can't seem to get the other quake underneath there. Or can we? No, it's not letting us. Darn it, there's 2 quakes there, probably both the same value. Anyway, that's a kind of right beside the lake. There is one on the opposite side here, a 0.5, 4.7 kilometers down. 1336 was the time on it. And then when we move further to the east, we see some other ones here. 1.7, 6.5 kilometers down, 7 a.m. A 0.2, 9.7 clicks down, 2112 yesterday. Or yesterday, and 0 from today at 3:10, 5.3 clicks down, and a 0.82, 3.8 kilometers down from 34 minutes after midnight. Moving along a little bit more inland, we see a 0.5, 7.6 clicks down, 8:37 this morning, a 0, 5.2 clicks down, 4:02 a.m. A 0.8, 4.2 clicks down, and that is 10:49, and a 1.1 up here, 4.3 kilometers down from 16:30, and looking at further up, we don't see anything else there. Looking real quick over here, this is Eyjafjallajökull, and this is Katla, and that's Hekla over here. We've got a 0.3, and that is 1.1 kilometers down. Looks like it's in underneath the river there, and 7 a.m. is the time on that. And this one over here, it just disappeared on me. I guess that doesn't exist anymore. All right, well, I guess we can't report it if it's a magic and disappears. We got a 0 over here in Grimsvatn, and that's 600 meters down. Came in yesterday at 2246. Nothing at Bardabunga. And we see this 1.1 out in the open at 1.1 kilometers in depth. 3:24 is the time on it. We now have a quake over at Bardabunga. And I don't know what's going on with the map. It finally put it there. 15:42 is the time on that, and that's 6.3 kilometers down. Did they put that other one back? Yeah, they did put that other one back. It's 1, and it's 1.1 kilometer down from 2017. That is funny. Magically disappearing off the map. Anyway, got that 1.1. This is Askja, and let's see what we got there. A 0.9, 1.1 kilometers down, and a 10:59 before it disappears. Let's take a look at the other ones over here. And this is Herdebreit, and the 0.9 above it is 5.8 kilometers down from 1111. Then we've got a 0.3, 7.4 clicks down, 8:16, and a whole bunch of little ones in here. We'll just pop in and grab a few. 4.3 kilometers down, 711. 1.4, 6.3 clicks down, 2107 yesterday. And then we got a 0.2, 900 meters down, 1859. One over here, 2.7 clicks down from 1432. And just randomly in here, a 0.1, 4.4 clicks down, 2308 yesterday. And we'll grab one more here, a 0.8, 4.1 clicks down, 5:59 a.m. So kind of gives you a general idea. We got a little bit of stuff happening there, but nothing too serious. I don't think there's any cry for uplift or anything like that, so we'll leave that area be for now. Looking up in the northern areas, so actually less quakes than I thought there would be. This one is a magnitude 1, and that was from 1721, 6.3 clicks down, and to the north of Grimsey, that is a Grimsey right there, 1.6 and 9.4 kilometers down, 122 this morning, 1.8, 6.2 clicks down from 3:30 this morning, and 7:48 a.m., 1.1, 5.2 clicks down. Then we got 1.2, 5.4 kilometers down, 1309 on that one, and a few here, 0.8, 9.7 clicks down, 4:50 a.m., 1.1, 10.9 clicks down, 24 minutes after midnight, 0.7, 5.3 kilometers down from 1214, and that one is from 1:39 this morning, 1.18. 10.9 kilometers down, 1.32 in magnitude, 8.4 kilometers down from 1:30, and the last one there, a 1, and that is 4 kilometers down, 29 minutes after midnight. So that gives you a general idea of what we've got going on there earthquake-wise in Iceland, and I don't know if we're going to see an eruption after all. Anything is possible though. Thanks for that 5-minute warning, Sue. So, and again, I don't want to be sounding like I'm a naysayer here, but we've seen this uplift and this kind of swarming before, and we don't always get an eruption from them, and that is something that we know is there. So. Although the signs and what we've seen with the larger quakes, what we refer to as rock busters, those have been there. So if there is magma that needs to come up, it has a chance that it could squeeze through and do its thing. Welcome, Rick, by the way. Turn down my vacuum cleaner. No, I refuse. It needs to be working in the background. Grandma B, welcome to you as well. He said eruption. Who said eruption? There could be an eruption, but there may not be an eruption. And that's all I got, I think, for now. I don't think we're going to have an eruption just yet, but you never know. You never know. It's pretty interesting once you have the rock busters. After that, if there is magma there, it should squeeze up and through and pop out somewhere. So if we see a few 2.5 to 3s or 3.5s, then we'll see a magma pushing up. But right now, it just doesn't look like it. We'll just have to wait and see. Fingers crossed. Yeah, I'm still hoping that, if we do have that magma intrusion sitting under Fragonard, I think this may be just a part of a spillover perhaps, but we don't know exactly the physical size of that magma chamber. It could be a magma chamber that is quite lengthy, and when we look at that other report, they kind of encircled Fragonard like this, but in fact that magma chamber is kind of going in a lengthy pattern here underneath all of this. So if that is in fact where it is, will be pretty cool. Volcano on the 4th of my birthday. For my birthday, you want a volcano for your birthday, and that would be awesome. And that is neat there, Hermione. And we'll have to see if we can get you a volcano. I'm okay with the 4th. The 4th of July or the 4th of November. I am thinking it's the 4th of November that you're referring to. All right, let's see. Where are we here, time-wise? Well, we got that covered. I don't know where else. Do we want to take off and go over to... yeah, we'll go over there. Popocatepetl. We'll get that started. Popo is calming down. We see it is still off-gassing, of course, doing its thing. But I didn't see any of that very vigorous eruptive activity earlier, at least not when I looked. I didn't see anything. And we're going back in time here, just looking at what it was like. 7:50 a.m. and not much coming out of Popo all the way through so far today. For those who aren't familiar with it, Popocatepetl, central Mexico, about 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City. And it's been busy in the last few days, but it's kind of calmed down. So we got a little bit of a reprieve from Popo. It looks like there is still a glow here, though. So definitely some lava in the top of that caldera. And the further back we go in time there, we're back to about 3:30 or 3:28 a.m. and we're not seeing anything pop out. So quiet night for Popocatepetl, and hopefully it will stay that way or give us some wonderful eruptive activity. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is break time, so what we will do is go back over to the canned lava and put you on there for right now. And then when we come back from the break, we will do bacon seeds. And then after that, then we'll go back over to Mexico and work our way down the Central America and South America and go from there. So hang in there, everyone. Keep smiling. And oh no, that darn poppet's coming out again. Anyway. About that like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. Help us out and let it grow. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes with bacon seeds. Fresh bacon seeds, I hope. I'll be back. Music. Cue the music. I'll be back. I've got that microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. And Henry, that is utterly ridiculous, that utter butter. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Albagirl and John Raper and Mars 2028 and King Colin and Sasha and I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart and thanks Henry and never mind bad humor going south. It's the bad humor is going south. Okay, thanks going south for the welcome back. And Derek is on board. Welcome. And thank you, Nancy Buchanan, as well. Good to see you. And thanks, Hermione and Fluffy. And everyone else. Awesome. Okay, so let's get over to bacon seeds as promised. And we'll see what we've got going on today. And, of course, that smiling face was our last one from yesterday. Now, Piggy did send us a bunch more bacon seeds, so let's see what Piggy has sent today. And these aren't all piggies, or are they? Maybe they are. Yeah, I think they are. Oop, there's a Piggy sending them, and here's the first one. So that is pretty cool, and that'll get you right in the heart. That is a nice chocolate heart balancing act. Anyway, I don't know if that's real. That pig would just flip that up and open its mouth and in it goes. So let's look at the next one. And that's a mighty colorful drink that Piggy's got. And that is pretty awesome. Cheese. Are you the one who took my stinky cheese out of the fridge there, David? Oh, I didn't know you liked Tilsiter. Anyway, let's get to the next one. And that is, looks like this is a shopping trip. I don't know what's going on here, but that might be a shopping trip somewhere. Let's have a look and see what the next one is. It is a shopping trip. And hey, you forgot your purse, unless it's in the other bag there. But, yep, awesome, and bags it, you bet. Let's see, and what else we got? More shopping going on. I think we might have seen that store before. Let's see what else we got. What? Bling, yep. What? Hubby Piggy with the bags. Okay, and here's another wonderful hat day for Piggy, I guess. And we'll carry on with the next one. And, yep, I'm back and relaxing a little bit. I guess I got to do that after a long shopping trip. And what else we got here? Trying on a secret mask. I bet you don't recognize that pig. Anyway, that is awesome. And we'll go look at the next one. That's an alien pig. And don't worry, they won't beam you up too quickly. I promise you. And there you go. One more bacon seed for today. And that is this one. This is the last one, with a nice heart and a big snout bopper just for you. So there you go. Those are pigs from Mars. No, I don't know, maybe that one, but the other ones are okay. Not one of ours from Mars. Okay, there you go. Anyway, that is it, and thank you, Piggy, for getting all those wonderful bacon seeds in there for today. As usual, you've done a splendid job, and very good. Bacon seeds, my apologies. Yeah, they are bacon seeds. That's what we got. And we'll leave it as that for now. Let's get on to our next show here. And of course, we were looking at Popocatepetl. but I want to take you over to Fuego now, and hopefully that will show. Oh, nice. That is just really awesome. And let's see. Well, we go back the first 3.5 hours or 4 hours of the Fuego view is pretty much volcano gray, and we did see it in between here for a couple of minutes at around 7:14 a.m. and it had a big cloud above it, and we can only assume that was coming out of the volcano. But if we go back, we see it pluming there a little bit. So 7:06. Unfortunately, not the greatest of visibilities, and remember what we were looking at yesterday. There was quite a bit of storm activity just off the coast of Central America, so not unusual to see that. This, of course, is Fuego in Guatemala, so that is right in that area. Unfortunately, not good visibility when we have those storms, and that is back to the live view. Don't know how the other one's going to look. Let's take a look here. That is a Messiah volcano. This is down in Nicaragua. A little bit better there as far as the clouds are concerned, and we do see that plume of gases and everything coming out of that caldera heading towards the camera, so we don't see it as good as we could, but at least we have a reasonable shot of it. Next one is, well, it's not. They're reloading. Let's see if we can expedite that. I guess we have to wait 60 seconds. We'll go to the next one, and that, of course, is our Chilean volcanoes, and they're not doing a heck of a lot today. And looking at what we've got for Villarrica, it is just not acceptable. Anyway, it's one of those days, so we don't get to see it. This Rincon de la Vieja in Costa Rica is not showing up for us, so neither are the shots there for Chile, so we'll leave that be. I'm going to put that back on Popo so I can find it later, and let's see if we can get to our next round, and that is there in our wonderful Central Java. There we go. Got it going. 4:17 a.m. Right now there in Central Java. We see the lava flowing down the hill, as you can see it there from this angle. The other two angles here not showing anything. Actually, all three are not showing any good views there right now, unfortunately. If we back that up a little bit, they did have some intense times where we've seen a little bit more there, but still nothing of the other ones due to cloud. And let's see if we go back a little bit more. They did have the camera pointed at the different view here. You can see that a little bit of lava or bacon coming down the hill. You can see that on the thermal as well. I didn't see anything major when I checked earlier, so it's kind of a hit and miss process here really for today, and that was a little out of focus, but it is unfortunate with the cloud work in there that it really messes things up, and everything else was in the cloud like that. So we'll put that one back on live, and hopefully they'll get a little bit of visibility for us later. We do see quite a bit of pluming up top here, so pretty cool. Anyway, let's leave that one be. So Merapi didn't really make us happy today, and that is all right. We can't always have everything. And this is not live. Let me get that back to a live status. And there it is. This is Mount Ruapehu. This is in New Zealand, and of course it's looking mighty fine today. We can actually see it. It's looking pretty darn good. Snow is definitely starting to melt. We can see that there's less of it every day, so a little bit more the rock up top here is starting to show up as well. So that is a good sign, and we like it. So, yep, a nice shot of Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand, just south of Taupo Lake, or Taupo. And let's leave that be, and we'll make that one smaller. I go to the next shot, and that will be Taupo. I'm going to make that bigger and allow it to fit the screen. And there we go. There is the beautiful lake, and that, of course, is the caldera for the volcano, for Taupo. And in the background, you do see a Semeru, or not Semeru, I mean Mount Ruapehu, that we were just looking at, and it is back there, so that's that white thing, and that's not clouds, that is Mount Ruapehu. And of course, we have our artesian flea market, where they have sophisticated fleas being sold every weekend. And they're doing a fantastic job. All kinds of people coming and going, and you can get well-trained fleas there. It is a flea market after all, and very good. Yeah, actually, John, it's springtime there. It's a spring flea market, so you get the winter-trained fleas. Anyway, that is all cool. Looks pretty nice there. A little bit of wind, obviously, keep things breezy. I think it's pretty much always windy, being right by a big lake like this. So, flea speech, yes, and they do have a flea speech down there in New Zealand. That's all good. Yeah, anyway. It's all good, and we can leave that be. This wonderful shot, of course, brought to you by a Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo. Beautiful place to stay, and obviously, on a nice day like today, you can have a room looking at several dozen volcanoes from the southward view, so pretty awesome. No fleas on me, no. What? Love a flea market. Yeah, spring fleas. How high do they jump? Oh, Sue, that is hilarious. I have no idea how high spring fleas jump. That's a good question. We should have a poll. No, never mind. That is bad. And let's see. Connie Tyree also here. Welcome, Connie. And got the fingers crossed for an eruption. That's what we're hoping for. We'll see what happens. Anyway, let's take you off of this wonderful shot, and we'll return that to a normal viewing and back to Merapi, so I know where I left it. And we'll go to the next one, and that'll be a Semeru. And I'm not sure what we'll see there. It wasn't anything spectacular. I gotta find it first here. And of course, we'll make that shot a little bit bigger so you can see that a big bright light over there. And yeah, that's a huge UFO. No, it's the moon. The moon! And we are getting mooned. And that is always nice. It's 4:23 in the morning there in East Java in Indonesia. And if we move that a little bit, we can see that moon was up a little higher, and kind of made everything look kind of neat and cool. Not able to see any lava on the top of our wonderful volcano. Let's see if we go back a few more hours. This is about 4 hours ago. We do see a little bit of off-gassing happening there, so something might have been popping. But if we go back a little bit more, we've got way too much cloud in there to be able to see anything. And going back even further, it just shows you how bad it was, and we couldn't see anything. So let's leave that one alone. And Adele is going. Good night, Adele. You take care. And sorry, I know my voice will make you fall asleep. Get some wonderful rest. And let's go take a look at Lava TV Camps, see if he has anything new happening for live. Nope, we seen that one yesterday, so that's all good. We can leave that be. And looking at to all meditation just real quick to see if he's gotten back live. Nope. And Madam Arutza, I didn't get my update today. Darn it. There's the update, and we'll click on that. This is our update for the 28th, and there you can see the off-gassing from the volcano, and that is pretty cool. And why is that not allowing me to, well, it does allow me to stop it when they zoom in a little bit there. So, yep, we can definitely see there's some billowing up there. Aloha, Kathy. You talked me through the longest nap yesterday. Mahalo, awesome. All right, well, that is always nice. You can always take that nap. You're welcome to do that. As long as you're not driving, it's all cool. A nuclear bomb? No, Sasha, not a nuclear bomb. Just some SO2 and some other gases. Being obnoxious and nothing to worry about. Anyway, let's make that one smaller, and we'll carry on to our next volcano of fun and joy, and that needs to be updated. That was yesterday's view yet, and let's see if we can do that. We'll get it in here, and whoop, almost there. We'll hit that and fit that in there. There we go. All right, Yellowstone National Park, and we have all kinds of geysers there. There are over 500 active geysers there in Yellowstone, and as you can see, we've got snow covering everything here, so a lot of snowy activity, and it is all good. If you haven't gone to the Yellowstone website yet, it might be something you want to go and click that link that Sue just brought up. That'd be awesome. And you see some guys or something standing out here, Sasquatches maybe, trying to decipher what they're doing out here, watching that event, doing this geyser activity. Anyway, and that is one of the views. They, of course, pan that camera around. This is embedded video in that site, so you're welcome to go have a look. And they also have multiple other still cameras that they have, plus maps and names, and Old Faithful, yeah, is one of the views that they have from this thing, but as of late they haven't shown it as much, and I'm wondering if Old Faithful is just not being faithful. Anyway, let's pop over to Japan real quick and see what we got going on there, and I need to find it. There it is, and yep, for those who need to know, the ice cream boat is there. They are sitting at the dock, and you can go get an ice cream if you like, and that is all cool. And this, of course, is our wonderful volcano called Sakurajima, and is just across from Kagoshima there in Japan. And let's go to the next view. Make that one a little bit bigger so you can see the current activity. It's not producing a heck of a lot of off-gassing. Lots of birds out in the forefront. They're waiting for their fish dinner or breakfast. Anyway, looking at it, and that's kind of what we got there. Let's make that one smaller. We can have a look at the caldera cam, or as they call it, the crater cam, Kagoshima, and that is pretty cool. And there we go. It kind of shows you the off-gassing right now. Not a heck of a lot going on, so that's what we've got. We'll make that one smaller. Let's go over to ASO. This one is to the north by about 150 kilometers or so, and that is ASO. I might even be a little further, I don't know exactly, but you can see some off-gassing happening there, and this is the only active vent there, basically, that I know of at ASO. We are within a huge caldera, and that is the only a small vent area that is active. So that's where we're seeing the water gets trapped inside that caldera, steams off, and then of course it produces all kinds of SO2 gases, etc. Anyway, I'll make that one smaller, and we'll go to our last one here, and that is Asama, and it's 6:29 a.m. there at Asama. You can see a beautiful plume of steam and gases coming out, doing its thing. Thanks, Sue, for that 1 minute warning. And prior to that, it had a bunch of clouds sitting right on top. We go back a little further, we could see it was actually pluming right through that. And thanks to the moonlight, we seen most of it during the night, which looked pretty awesome. So as we go back, we see it, except for right there where those clouds are in the way. So that is pretty good, and tells us, and we are still seeing it there at our wonderful Asama, which is about 100 kilometers to the northwest of Tokyo City. And going back here, everybody get their ice cream, and it is break time, so let's go on a break, and after the break we will have our wonderful volcano report, and we'll go from there. And here we go, got that lava moving. Keep smiling, everyone, and here comes some music, and we'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. If you haven't yet bought that like button, give it a quick shot. It's free, doesn't cost you anything. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, you can hit that red big subscribe button and turn it to gray. And don't forget to hit the bell icon. That way you get notified when we go live. On that friendly note, I'll be back. Don't go away. Keep smiling. I love mango and papaya. Mango, papaya, and what's that other stuff? The guacamole. I'll be back. And there we go, that microphone is back on. And yes, Sue, we were just showing that. And actually, for the volcano report time, we will go put that on for you. And that is the Aurora showing there. Unfortunately, with the very bright moonlight, it doesn't show up as well as it could. But this is from Thorbjorn, and we are looking kind of to the north. You can see the outline or top of a Ragnar right there. Where is it? There it is. I'm on the wrong map. There, right there. And Thorbjorn, we're on Thorbjorn. Storyhuter is over there. So that's kind of where we're looking, and you can see that wonderful aurora up in the sky here. So pretty awesome. Sorry, I was checking Antarctica. Is it cold in Antarctica? It would be cold there for me. Anyway, let's see. Matt Beal also popped in. Welcome, Matt. Hey, Doc. Decent time for UK. Yep, not a bad time on weekends. We're always on at the same time on the weekends. Anyway, looking at that aurora, that is nice and good to see. Let's leave that going while we go do the volcano report. So let's get on it. And it's not as big as previously, so let's take a look and see what we had. Late Friday's volcanic activity, 2 volcanoes. Nevada del Ruiz in Colombia, new volcanic ash emissions to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters, reported at 2,300. Reventador in Ecuador, possible of ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet or 4,900 meters, reported at 2,315. And thanks, Colin, for that. Welcome back as well. And hi to Matt Beal and aloha Kathy, if I didn't say that. And thank you for the welcome back there as well. Anyway, let's keep going with the other stuff. And that is for Saturday's volcanic activity. We have 10 volcanoes on the list. Dakono, Halmahera Island in Indonesia, volcanic ash to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at midnight. Klyushevskoy in Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia, eruption to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters, reported at 30 minutes after midnight. And volcanic ash emissions continuing to 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters, reported at 12:15 this afternoon. Mayon, Luzon Island in the Philippines, eruption of volcanic ash cloud unknown height, reported at 1:15 a.m. Sabancaya in Peru, unable to detect, reported at 1:45. It had its cloaking shield up. And continuous ash emissions to 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters, reported at 13:45. That's well after all the other activity has stopped. That's some pretty intense aurora right at the very top of the screen there. Pretty awesome. Anyway, next, Popocatepetl, and that is in central Mexico. New volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 1:45 a.m. And then a volcanic ash seen in satellite and a webcam to 19,000 feet, reported at 12:45. Fuego in Guatemala, possible volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet or 4,900 meters, reported at 3:15 a.m. And then intermittent to frequent volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet or 4,900 meters at 11:30. And we already had a look at the separate report of Mount Etna in Sicily, and we will continue to keep an eye on that. That was from 6:45 a.m. And we have the 2 separate reports there from the Reykjanes Peninsula in Iceland. We will touch on those again shortly and see a separate email, a second uplift report from 1444. And that was from today's stuff. We'll see what that is. Reventador in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions observed to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 10:15. And Nevada del Ruiz in Colombia, a VONA report of volcanic ash to 19,000 feet, 5,800 meters, reported at 13:15. So thank you very kindly, Sue, for getting that wonderful volcano report in, and that is awesome. Still looking at some very awesome Aurora Borealis there in Iceland, and that is always a beautiful sight to see. And we're not seeing any steam or anything rising up anywhere here, indicating any kind of an eruption to this side. So that is looking to the, I guess it would be northeast slightly for the most part, but that is the area there where Ragnar is, and we're just not seeing anything there. And could be directly behind us on the other side of the camera, where it could actually have steam being emitted, but we don't see anything. And when we go over to the other camera here, this one, of course, is the, there you can see that Aurora slightly in this cam, but we're looking in that area over there. That is where the Blue Lagoon is, and we don't see anything sprouting up, no big active glows. We do have a light there, but that was there before, and then, of course, the Blue Lagoon light right in there. Unfortunately, that steam happens to be in the way, or the wind direction should change, and then we might be able to see something a little bit better. But yeah, that Aurora does pop in and out. So let me make this one smaller, and we'll go back to here for a second. So yeah, as far as our report, we don't really see anything popping up there, but I did want to just go back to those other two reports there of the rise and activity there in Reykjavik, just so we see those again. And of course, there is where they were showing the updates. Quakes slow down, and you can see here the activity kind of peaked yesterday in the wee hours, and then kind of tanked after that, and we're seeing a lot less activity as far as quakes are concerned in today's realm of things. So anyway, they talked about things decreasing, and saying the likelihood of a new eruption decreases, at least for now. So they're not putting their foot down saying no eruption, but it is definitely decreasing. Yona, welcome Yona. And Yona said we'll have an eruption, but we don't know when. Anyway, the other report, of course, was this one indicating the uplift area, and being to the west of Thorbjorn and the Blue Lagoon. And with that uplift there, I still have to question that magma intrusion that we had under a Fragonal Fjeld area. Why, why is it uplifting over here if that's where the magma is? But then again, we know that magma chamber is along that whole thing underneath there. It's not directly underneath a Fragonal Fjeld. So hard to say what's actually going on. And if we do see an eruption, will it happen here? We've had this game before, and as I mentioned previously, this area has now, since 2020, has now risen 5 times and dropped again. So that's kind of what we had going on there, and interesting to see that. And of course, with the earthquakes, we are at 257 quakes on there right now. Latest one out here, 2.1 from 5.2 clicks down from 2141 for there. So that's about it, and that looks okay. Let's leave that be, and let's so that takes care of our stuff that we had going. Let's go over and well, we got Japan out of the way. We need to go over to our earthquakes around the planet. Let's take a look and see what we've got going on there, and real fast peek at everything. Quiet up here in the Kamchatka Peninsula, quiet in the Aleutian Islands. We see one quake up here, 4.0 Cantwell, Alaska area from 1900 yesterday, 132.4 clicks down. Now I did see a little bit of a swarm right here, and I thought that was kind of interesting. And there we got a 5.1, and that could have a tsunami effect in these fjords. And that is from 2101 yesterday, 7.1 kilometers down. The other one is a 5.3. That is again sizable and creating a possibility of tsunami waves. 2144 was the time on that, 5.1 clicks down as well. So did it create anything? Let's see what we got here. No tsunami on that one. And what was the other one? That was this one here. Let's double check it. And no tsunami from it either. So we're safe there. And of course they had a whole bunch of smaller ones. We're not going to bother going through them. But they're there. And then we did have another quake up here in the northern end. That one came in on the 23rd, though. That's a long time ago. I thought there was another one in here somewhere. Maybe they took it off. And what do we got here? A 3.0, and that is not too far away from Seattle. A matter of fact, just to the west of Seattle from yesterday at 1929. 21.3 kilometers down for that. A bit bigger one down here. And that is around the Mexican border region, I think. And that is 3.0 from yesterday at 2329. And 9.5 kilometers down for that one. Sliding down into Central America, we do see this one off the coast of Nicaragua, a 4.3 from 2:29 a.m. 38.7 kilometers down for him. Not too much activity over on the other side here for our Puerto Rico area, and that pretty quiet. Let's see what we got here in Chile, 4.8. 3:59 a.m., 111 kilometers down, 4.0 from 1414 today, 119.4 kilometers down, 4.7 also in Chile, 1317, 71.5 kilometers down, and this one is in Argentina. That's actually yesterday's at 4.5 from 1920. And that's 131.8 kilometers down for him. As checking down here, South Sandwich Islands, and nothing happening there. Looking at the Antarctic ridge areas, and nothing there. Looking at New Zealand, looks quiet in New Zealand, and perhaps Tonga got another quake, a 5.5 there at is it Tonga? From 2233 yesterday, and that's from 214.9 kilometers down. The other one's in Fiji here, 4.9 from 803, 621 kilometers down for that one, and another 4.3 from 3:34 a.m. of 597.2 kilometers down for that Fijian quake. Moving up, and we see the top on end of Vanuatu, and we have a 5.6 from 3:55 this morning, and that is from 201.4 kilometers down. Solomon Island region, 5.5, 23:31, and 68.8 kilometers down. And over here in Papua New Guinea, we have a 4.2. 6:13 this morning, 103.1 kilometers down. Getting over into Indonesia, we do see this one, Timor-Leste area 5.5, and that's 7:04 a.m. 10 kilometers down for him. And it's shaken over on the northern side of Java, 4.4 from 1659 yesterday, and that's 562.4 kilometers down, 56. Wow. This is a weird one out here, Bay of Bengal, all by itself, 4.7, 5:09 a.m., 10.1 kilometers down. And I'm looking at this one, 4.3, and that is from 1734, 152.7 kilometers down. And this bigger one here, it's a 5.4, and that is from 9:01 a.m., 15.6 kilometers down. Moving up into the Philippines, don't see anything there. Getting up here to Taiwan, 4.3 from yesterday at 2016, 19.3 kilometers down for him. There is one out here at the Mariana Islands, and that is 2:08 a.m., 122.6 kilometers down. We see nothing else in Japan. They're going further up into the Kamchatka, so that's all good. We got this guy here, the other one in Myanmar. I think we had that one yesterday, 4.8. Yep, yesterday's quake, 1723, 93.6 kilometers down. We did have a new one here in Africa, and that's in the DR Congo area, and of course that's a 4.5. We had the other one yesterday there, but this one is from 8:34, 10 kilometers down for him. And then we get up here and see what's happening in Afghanistan, 4.5 in magnitude, 5:23 a.m., 64.1 kilometers down. Then we've got a 4.3 from 4:53 a.m., 45.9 kilometers down, and it's just about in the same spot as the other one underneath it. And this spot where they had all the quakes there before, they are still getting some aftershocks, and that's a 5.1 from 1327, and of course that is 10 kilometers down. Nothing on the Arabian microplate, nothing in the Aegean area there. Everything looks to be quiet. And looking over at Iceland, nothing new. I don't see any other new ones on there that might be scary. So let's have a look and see what we got going on in Hawaii. And a bunch more quakes in Hawaii. Actually, it is just about break time. So what we'll do is we'll hit Hawaii after the break, ladies and gentlemen. So hang in there. I don't know if that wonderful Aurora is still shining brightly. No, it isn't. So we're not going to bother looking at the Aurora. I was thinking, hey, we could go back there, but nothing happening there at the moment. Let's put this one back on our canned lava from our wonderful Rebbe event there on the Reykjanes Peninsula. For those good people who are here, if you haven't yet bumped that like button, give it a quick shot. Also, if you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing. And welcome, Teresa. Good to see you. Sneaking in here near the end of the show. Wow, we've still got at least a half hour, if not more, to go. So, all good. And yeah, bop that like button, you guys, if you haven't done that, and I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Here's some music in the meantime. Don't go away. Thanks. And I am back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX on live stream. First, I gotta say thank you, Sharon Stewart, for gifting that 10-pack, and congratulations to those members who got their 1 month free membership. That's all cool. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sasha and John and Mars and Henry and Sue. And the submarine volcano is the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai. Teresa, there is several others there as well that are submarine volcanoes. Thanks, Alba, and Sharon Stewart going, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. You're very welcome, Doc. Something like that. Awesome. And thanks, King Colin, as well. So, yeah, there's a whole bunch of those submarine volcanoes there in the Hunga Tonga area. So, kind of interesting. Yep, thanks, Henry. Anyway. Let's continue on. We were looking at our Hawaiian area in our earthquakes, and let's get back over there and we'll take a look and see what we've got going on there. So, Hawaii, what is shaking? Anyway, let's take a look at some of these quakes. Unusual places. Hanu. I don't know if I said that right. Hananau Napupu. Hananau Napupu, Hawaii. Anyway, 2.2. And that's easier to say than the name. 2017 was the time on it from yesterday at 3.5 kilometers below sea level. This one up on top of Mauna Loa, it's a 1.6. And that's 5:37 a.m., 39.9 kilometers below sea level for that guy. And really not anything that's kind of normal for that area. Mind you, we were seeing some deeper ones here. This one was 60.9 from the other day. But anyway, let's zoom into, first off, the Pahala area and see what we got going on there. So Pahala in general, everything is usually between about 26 and 37 kilometers down. Let's start over here on this side, not too many quakes. 1.8 from 9:06 a.m. This one is a 1.9 from 10:46 today. This one is from 6:32 today. Normal depths 2.3. This is from 1:38 a.m. And then we got this one just in the water here, 1.9 from 12:23, and 1.8 from 2:28 a.m. The next one is a 1.9 from 19:42 yesterday, and this is a 2.1 from 5:24 this morning, 1.8 yesterday's at 21:10. And a 1.8 from today from 5:24, and this one here is 1.7 from 3:35 a.m. Except for that one is only 3.4 kilometers below sea level, so not really part of the Pahala regime over here. Now let's look at the stuff happening here at Kilauea. We do have a few quakes, and we'll see if any of them are getting closer to the surface. 1.8 from 8:30 this morning, 3 kilometers below sea level. 1.9 from 12:15, 3 clicks down. Another 1.9 from 23:51 yesterday, and 2.7 kilometers down. And this is a 1.7, 6:46 a.m., 2.2 clicks below sea level. 1.1 from 5:09 a.m. and 1.9 kilometers down. This is a 1.8 from 11:51, 800 meters down below sea level. 1.9, and that is from 11:50, and that's 200 meters below sea level. and this one is a 2.6, and that is from 1429, 2.5 kilometers below sea level. 1.9, that is from 3:28 a.m., 600 meters above sea level. Makes you wonder. That's going up a little bit. 0.3, 1.1 kilometers below sea level from 6:12, and 2.4 from 4:28 a.m., 1.1 clicks down. This one is a 1.9 from 16:35 yesterday, 1.2 kilometers down. These other ones over here are 1.8, 3:29 a.m., 1.9 kilometers down. 2.1 from 1:31 a.m., 400 meters down below sea level, that is. And then we have a 1.8 that is directly under the caldera from 21 minutes after 11 a.m., and that is 8.4 kilometers down. And you can take off 4 hours there and get real Hawaiian time on those calls. But that is it for Hawaii. So not a heck of a lot going on there, and we'll see. Kimberly is here. Welcome, Kimberly. Anyway, Hawaii, I don't know. We're not seeing that great of a rise. It's like something is not in a hurry there. So pretty cool. Hopefully we'll see an eruption there eventually. It's kind of like hurry up and wait for Hawaii, and wait for something in Fragranfjall or Iceland. And of course, we didn't take a look at Mount Etna yet today. That is actually Mount Etna right there. Well, let's see if we can make that bigger for a second. And yeah, just in time. We are seeing a little bit of that Strombolian action, but not a heck of a lot. So that is Mount Etna just after midnight, or 17 minutes after midnight, and that is pretty cool to see it actually erupting again. So pretty nice. But you know what they were saying about it was that this may be a prelude to showing more activity in the very near future. So we may see some really good eruption from Mount Etna. That's basically priming the pipes, if you will. It's always interesting. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that. Let's get to our next adventure, and that will be looking at our SO2 map. And just I got to get that on the screen here. So give me a second, and we'll go over there and kind of get that going. All right. SO2, here we come. Yep, we use the windy.com SO2 map, and of course what we do is select the air quality and SO2 in there if you ever want to do that on your own. But that is what we've got. First off, looking at the northern hemisphere, looks a lot cleaner than what we've had. Looking at the southern hemisphere, it too seems to have cleared up a whole bunch. So we're looking at planet-wide relief to a degree. So we still have isolated areas that have very high SO2 levels, but not so bad. Anyway, Kamchatka Peninsula starting out up here. We know Shivalish and Klyushevskoy and Bezimiani are working away up there, as well as our wonderful Kermimsky, and I'm not sure how much is coming out of Mutnovsky. And down here, of course, we've got Ibiko, and I don't know if Chikarachki is adding to the flavors or not, but that is what is creating this SO2 plumes in general. And of course, we see the circulation kind of heading out here, and most of that is being drawn up into the Bering Sea, and they do have a low depression there and getting rid of a lot of it. I'm not sure if this is residual stuff. This stuff, however, you can see there's nothing coming up underneath it. It's being produced right here, and that is, of course, our wonderful Shishaldin that is active in that area. Quick peek down here at Hawaii. We are seeing a fair amount of SO2 coming from Hawaii, and that is always an indicator that we've got something moving and coming up. Hopefully we'll see an eruption. And of course Alaska, not too bad. Some of the areas there, looks like the Yukon has got that big stream coming through it from Alaska, and we are still seeing some residual stuff up here in the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. BC getting that big plume going all the way down through Vancouver, and then actually down through Seattle and back out into the water, being drawn in by this low out here. And seeing Alberta's kind of got a streak coming through it as well. Same thing with Saskatchewan, ending up down the bottom end of Saskatchewan being a little heavier levels. And Manitoba not looking too bad. Ontario in general looking very, very clear. The same thing with Quebec and Labrador and Newfoundland, not too bad. Nova Scotia not overly bad, but we do see the northern end here up by Sydney a little bit heavier. PEI and New Brunswick are not doing too bad. The northeastern states looking pretty good as well. We take a look at places like Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, those places, New York, they're all looking pretty good. Pennsylvania here fairly heavy, but only half of it, and then West Virginia we see a little bit in there from Ohio and Indiana, but in general looking a lot better. North Carolina a little bit more there, but still not super heavy levels. Same thing goes with a little bit of a SO2 haze over top of Florida, but when we look in general, the levels are very, very low, and looks like most of the U.S. is doing fairly well. Mexico, Popocatepetl and Mexico City, not quite as intense, but it is still going up and into Texas. And looking at what we've got here in Central America, we do have a couple of storm systems in here, so they're making a mess of everything, but most of the northern stuff is being drawn into the Pacific. The circulation from the other stuff here, Nevado del Ruiz and those places, is being drawn back into Colombia and kind of sitting there due to air circulation. Not so much coming off of Sabancaya, and the same thing goes for the other Chilean ones. Not bad looking over in Rio, still a little bit of a level there. And then we've got some mystery plumes down here, kind of wonder where those are from. And again, that could be some stuff coming from Antarctica, or this region in here where there are some volcanoes. Can't really tell what's coming from Michael volcano because of that other plume over top of it. Moving further over to the west though, we do see here in New Zealand, that is the plume coming off of our White Isle volcano. And then of course we got the oil refineries at Melbourne, the coking plants north of Sydney. Tonga still has a good output there, and I'm not sure how much is coming out of the Azure, but Gawa and Aoba here in Vanuatu are still performing very well. Pretty much okay there in Papua New Guinea, pretty normal looking, and Nuotulak is still producing a lot of SO2. And looking at Semeru, not so bad. Same thing goes for Merapi here in Central Java. So Eastern Java, Central Java, they are all kind of covered with fairly moderate SO2 levels. And then we get over here to Jakarta and Krakatau as well. The levels have gone up, so hard to say. We do have a lot of people pollution in the area, but and also some industrial stuff, obviously, as well as volcanoes, so it's hard to tell what is being produced from where. And Dempo down on the bottom here of Sumatra as well. Don't know how active it is. And then I'm going to see it from Kerinci and Marapi in this area, and then of course from up here as Cinnabon, and then we see the plumes here from Singapore. So all good that way. Sliding over and looking at Halmahera Island, Ibu and Dakono still being partnered up there and doing a lot of SO2. And looking at what we got on Luzon Island, a couple of things. This one here is our Mayon. This is Bulusan, and it doesn't look like there's any increase of activity there, but Mayon definitely producing a very nice plume. Well, not nice, a big plume. None of them are nice because they're not a good gas. And Taal volcano, which is right here, producing a fairly good amount of SO2 as well. Same thing with Manila and the other industrial stuff they've got going on there on Luzon Island. And Taiwan still showing a fairly heavy industrial stuff going on. Not quite as much coming from Suwanoshi-jima, but when we go up here, Sakurajima definitely has some very heavy SO2 today. And then looking at ASO, and there you can see the entire caldera of ASO, and we are not seeing anything major come out of it. And yeah, for those who haven't looked, there are towns and villages and a city. Well, I don't know if it's a city, but definitely big communities within that caldera, and you can see that whole thing right there. So lots of people living in there. Hopefully it'll never pop again, big time that is. There you go, not that much SO2. Let's go up a little bit further to the north here, and it does look a little bit heavier from Tokyo, but also Asama is producing quite a bit of SO2 up in the northern areas here, and you can see that pluming out. So quite heavy. And we move back through the Coral Islands, and there we're back at the Kamchatka Peninsula. And we see that they changed it on me since we went through and started. So that's always the way it is. And looking at India, well, actually, yeah, I was going to report not so bad there in the Shanghai and Hong Kong today, so that's a little better. India, though, as the eastern portion, still very heavy levels, and actually even up in Pakistan starting to get larger or higher levels of SO2 infiltrating there. And going down here, don't see anything from Reunion Island, and we still see our gold smelting in South Africa, as well as here in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. We got Nyamuragira and Nyiragongo doing their thing, and then of course over here Urtael not producing very much SO2 right now either. These heavy spots are from the oil refineries in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and I'm sure there's one or two going in Iran as well. Beirut does have a small refinery also, so that could be what is happening there. And I'm thinking that this is from industrial stuff up here by Istanbul and Turkey, but I'm not sure what's causing the rest of this heavier level out there. And of course Piggy is back at home. Rhodes, where she was yesterday, is at 10.5, 14.2 in costs, so levels are a little bit higher. And looking at what we got coming off of Mount Etna, even with its eruptive state, it's not that heavy in SO2, but definitely still producing SO2. And the same thing goes for Stromboli. We aren't seeing any plume around the volcanoes, so very little off-gassing from there. But the Stromboli and Mount Etna producing that exhaust. And then we take a look at most of Europe. It's not bad. Northern portions of Germany and the southern area of Holland are a little higher in level, as well as Poland and half of Hungary, and going eastward, pretty high levels there for those guys. Not bad in Denmark, and also not bad in Norway, Sweden, and Finland. It's got a little bit more residual stuff out there for them. Looking at Iceland, looks like they have some remnant SO2 from somewhere else coming in. and that is in the northern portions. I'm not sure what that is going to end up doing for us. So that is kind of what we got going on. Greenland looking a lot better. And got to remember, when it snows there in Greenland, just like in the Antarctic, any SO2 that is in the atmosphere and does get trapped in a snowflake and falls to the ground, it will stay in that snowflake till it melts. And once it melts, it'll allow that gas to come back off of there and repopulate itself into the atmosphere. So SO2 storage, and kind of a neat thing there. Anyway, let's leave that be. Gotta go for another break, and after the break we will do our wonderful looking around at the end of what we've got there storm-wise, and find some temperatures and things like that. So for those good people who are here, if you haven't yet bumped that like button, consider doing that. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed, consider doing that as well. On those friendly notes, I am going to go take a break and throw on some music, and when we get back from the break, we'll take a look at the weather map and go from there. Thanks. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. We're on the final part of our wonderful stream today, so thank you for the welcome backs from John Raper and I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart, and thanks Albert Girl and Mars 2028 and Sue and King Colin and Going South. Appreciate those welcome backs, everyone, and that is awesome. And Doc. Okay, I can't sing that one. Anyway, thanks, Sharon. All right, let's get over to a weather map. We're going to stop that can lava, and we'll have a peek and see what's happening in our weather world, the other world of weather, the weather world. Anyway, I clicked in places I shouldn't have. I'm looking at the map in general, and we don't see a lot of storms anywhere. We do have this one here called Tammy, and now I don't know what Tammy is going to do. It's a tropical storm. I didn't look at that weather thing that you sent me, Sue. I'm going to have a look at it right now, maybe. Where did it go? Let's see. Will it pop it in here? Anyway, yeah, there's what it is. That's where they're saying it's going to go. Yeah, it's going to head out and curve out and come back, and that's it. So that is what Tammy is going to do, maybe. And so it's going to make a big arc here and kind of die out. So Tammy is looking for roll and expire. It's going to expire. I don't see an expiry date on there anywhere. And nevertheless, taking a quick look, we can see that cold is infiltrating into the North American continent. Things are getting cooler quickly. And of course, here in Alberta, it's definitely a noticeable minus 1 degree Celsius. And lots going further down here as well. Moving over though, looking over in the other areas, we do see this system off of the Irish coastline here, and that is affecting all of Europe basically, or at least a good chunk of the western portions of Europe, as well as some of the stuff going on in Iceland with that draw being pulling that cold air around it a little bit. So we'll see what happens in the near future. Not too terribly warm there in the Sahara yet. We're seeing 31 is about the highest. If we go over to Mexico, I don't think it's going to be that much different. About 32 is the highest there. Let's just zoom in a little bit and see if we can find anything hotter. Down on the bottom here, I seen a 34 here a second ago, 35, 36 in the deserts there in the higher elevations, 36 degrees, and so that is pretty toasty. Yucatan coming in about 32, 33, that's something like that. Not that bad, and nice temperatures from about 34 to about 28 degrees there in a majority of Brazil. We have some warmer temps there in Colombia. They're at 28, 29, 30-ish, same as Venezuela. Then you get into the higher elevations. Of course, it cools off. And we got some really high temps happening here in Argentina as well, up to 34 degrees in some places. And that is nice to see. That means spring's sprung for them. And very cold in the Antarctic. Looking at New Zealand, they've got that big system sitting off there, and likely going to bring clouds and rain for those guys. They do have a high sitting off the coast of the South Island here. Hopefully that'll help stabilize things. It's drawing down warmer air, pushing it further down. That will help with that not being so cold there. Anyway, lots of stuff going on there. Temperatures out in the oceans here, 29, 30 degrees. It looks like Fiji sitting around those temperatures. Not quite as hot there in Australia yet. It is still fairly early in the day, so give it another 3-4 hours. I'm sure it'll be a lot warmer. Same thing goes for eastern Indonesia and Papua New Guinea, those areas. And of course out here near Semeru, where are we? There's where Yvonne is, and that is pretty close to Semeru from what I understand. And that is what's going on there. 21 degrees for her right now. That's not a bad temperature for this time of day in the morning. Hey, Robert S. popped in. Welcome, I'm Rob. Roberts, or sorry, S. Roberts. Simo. Sorry, got it confused. Backwards, my dyslexia. It's the problem. Yep, that was Sharon Stewart who did the gifting, and you happen to be one of the lucky recipients of that 10-pack of gifting. So very cool. Looking at the other areas, we're not seeing any huge circulations out here. I do see a little bit, but nothing too crazy. And the Sahara Desert, not that warm. 32 degrees is what we're seeing about the highest temps right now. So it is okay there, and we'll leave it as that. So we're only seeing those storms. Quick peek at the satellite imagery here to see how much cloud is associated with some of those. So yeah, if this thing ends up coming down like that and just kind of dying out, there really is not an overly whelming large amount of cloud associated with it. But central areas of North America, though, are certainly inundated with that downward flow. And of course, when the cold meets hot, we always get that humidity showing up and turning into water vapor. And we see some other storms brewing up in the northern portions of Quebec and Labrador as well. Here's another circulation off of the coast here of, what is that Ireland place called? Ireland. So that's kind of what we got going on there, and that is bringing weather to Europe. So that is kind of what's going on there. Sliding over a little bit, and we do see that system, and that is by the northern portions of New Zealand. And of course, S. Roberts is basking in the sunshine, and he doesn't know that these clouds even exist. Right? Simo, you know that, right? Anyway, that is all good. Oh, anyway, that is what we got there. Looks like a little bit of a circulation just to the northern portions of Japan here on the eastern side, but that is all right. And of course, that storm up in the Bering Sea, and some extra lows coming in towards well, it'll get past Alaska and end up hitting the west coast of North America. So that's kind of what we got there. Let's go back to temperatures. We're going to go down and find the coldest temperature on the planet. And before I even start looking, I'm going to say minus 68 degrees Celsius. So let's see what we can find. There's a minus 62, 64, 67. And do we have a minus 68? Come on, don't make me look foolish. Come on, Nap, give me minus 68. Oh, I got it. Right there. I got a minus 68 right in there on the screen. Cool. That is pretty awesome. Who's leaving? Albert Girl, I'm getting sleepy. See you all tomorrow. Good night, Albert Girl. You take care and sleep well. And the show is just about over anyway, so all good. Anyway, and that is what we got there. And minus 68 degrees. And I will admit, I looked earlier and I couldn't find anything colder. We did have some minus 65, 66 up here. I think I found a minus 67 but nothing any colder, and that is kind of what we got up here. So a little bit of a cold patch there, going down to about minus 66, and I think, like I said, there was a 67 earlier. So minus 68 degrees Celsius is what the cold temperature is there today. And of course it will get warmer there eventually, a little bit, not by much. So that's all we got. So all goods. And yep, minus 68. I don't know. Sue, did you find anything colder than 68? There's a 67 again. And if we look around that area, there it is, minus 68. Oh, Sue is beat me by a degree. Ow, that hurts, Sue, that first degree beating. Oh, I don't know where you found it, but I don't know. I'm only that. I got beat, a first degree beating, and don't know where it is. All right, I'm sticking with minus 68. Okay. Well, minus 68 is what I had. Sue has beat me, apparently. All right, that hurt. It wasn't a tie today. Sue got it. And congratulations, Sue. Thank you for being part of the team here and doing our thing. And keep smiling. Let's put us back on some eruptive activity. I did want to pop this back over to Mount Etna, and we did see the occasional Strombolian style plume come up, but nothing crazy. So we'll leave it on there as we wrap up the show, and we'll say a good night to everyone, and hopefully everything will work out here. So let's see. Yep, Sue for the win, and Anya Sue. Yep, she's done it again. A first degree beating. I hate those. They hurt. My pride, that is. All right, all fun. Anyway, we'll wrap it up there. Big thank you to everyone for being here today. You guys are awesome. And also a big thank you to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and Sue, and CND Boy, and Yvonne Kunkel, and Siggy, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and a few more like Mona Lisa Smiles and so on. CND Boy, of course, also in there. And thank you for being there. There's a little bit of lava coming out of the Mount Etna, and all good. We'll let that run for a little while. We'll let that run up to, I guess, 6 p.m. So I'm going to leave this one on for about an hour, and we should be okay with that. On those friendly notes, it's basically time to get the rest of it wrapped up. Again, a big thank you to Sharon Stewart for gifting that 10-pack of member gift certificates, and of course we didn't have any no super chats today, so don't need to cover that. So thanks everyone for being here. Appreciate all of you. And remember, tomorrow is Sunday, so the show starts early again. And I see you in there, Arizona Snowman. Good to have you on board. And anyway, thanks mods, thanks everyone, and good to have everyone here, and hopefully we'll see all of you tomorrow. Keep smiling. We're going to keep our eyeballs peeled. If we do happen to see an eruption popping up in Iceland or somewhere, or if Mount Etna goes crazy, we'll definitely come back on and go live. So just so you know that. Anyway, on those friendly notes, be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and please, what I always ask at the end of every show, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Good night, take care, and oink oink.
Bye.